Yes, Honorable Gabriel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Two bills, 250 pages. Close to 90 acts of this Republic reopened in a single sitting. Madam Speaker, I state that once as a fact about how this House is legislating tonight. Not as a complaint, because facts do not need my permission to speak for themselves. Published on a Friday night when this country had gone to bed, debated on Tuesday, and every remaining stage, second reading, committee stage, third reading of two bills, 83 clauses between them, certified urgent under the Standing Order 65, and compressed into this single sitting. Not weeks, not days, one afternoon, and time given is only 15 minutes. This is not a way forward. I say this in company of the ex-Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Paul Béranger. 5 decades in this chamber called this timetable unreasonable. And it was he who caught what many would have missed, that this bill's pension protections turn on a single pair of words, whether the minister may act or shall act. May is a promise government can break without breaking the law. Shall is a promise the law enforces. The president of the Mauritius Labour Congress even went further still. He called this process revolting and anti-democratic. Madam Speaker, of everything in these two bills, one issue outweighed all the others. This reform was just placed before this country on the 19th of June in the budget speech. 42 days ago, 6 weeks, and tonight, ordinary Mauritians still cannot tell you with any confidence what they will be given when they retire. Not because pensions are beyond explanation, but because this government has changed its own answer 3 times in 6 weeks, and has yet to give one single stable sentence to hold on to. Let me put a face on these 42 days, Madam Speaker. Last week, a woman who had spent over 30 years in a textile factory in my own constituency met me. She did not ask me about closures or residency tests. She asked one question in the words she actually used, Kimupugani. What will I actually receive? I could not give her a straight answer because the ministers even cannot. Not because I had not read the bill, because after 6 weeks and 3 reversals, nobody in this country can. Not her member of parliament, not, it seems, this government. Even we had ministers talking before me. No one has come with precise precision how much a person can get. Clause 12 does the real work of this bill. It retires the basic retirement pension, bring in the state age pension, sets new residency and eligibility rules, and hence a steering committee to task of sorting out the rest later. Madam Speaker, my case tonight is simple. This government cannot be trusted with how it has told the country about this change, because there has been no consultation at all. Count with me, Madam Speaker. First, a means test, announced on the Friday of the budget speech and frozen just 3 days later, on the 22nd of June. The Prime Minister himself later placed before this House a sum of 6.2 billion rupees will be missing. Not a considered policy reversal, Madam Speaker, a panic so severe that it could not survive a single weekend. Second, the measure on the vehicle registration plates, quietly suspended, quietly, the way this government prefers to retreat. What is the impact on the finance bill? Third, we have the backpedaling of many weeks, a proposal that the same budget to quadruple the fine of an unlawful gathering from 25,000 rupees to 100,000, with prison terms extended to 5 years, abandoned only after the CTSP, the Mauritius Labour Congress, and this country's own legal community force its removal from this bill. Fourth, confirmed only this week, and only because I asked a residency test softened from 3 full years before a claim to 12 cumulative months within 3. 4 reversals, Madam Speaker, across 2 entirely different subjects. 6 weeks, and this House learned of that loss only because a member of this opposition forced the question into the open. Nowhere in these 28 clauses has government named the expenditure cut or revenue measure that replaces the 6.2 billion rupees lost when the means test fell. The single largest hole blown in this budget, unaccounted for in the very bill meant to give it legal force. Which clause closes it, Madam Speaker? If the Prime Minister cannot answer, this House is not passing a balanced finance bill tonight. It is signing a promise to balance it later. On the question that should matter most, how many of our own people abroad this touches? The Prime Minister has told this House has no estimate, the government has no estimate at all. The number can only be known when each person applies. You cannot call a 15-year threshold fair, considered answer to a national challenge, and admit in the same breath you do not know the size of that challenge. It goes further. I asked the Prime Minister whether any actuarial study set this figure at 15 years, not 12, not 10, not 20. His answer, in his own words, it was a policy decision, a political decision. Not modeled, not costed. A political decision wrapped in a language of fairness is not fairness. It is a guess defended after the fact. A Mauritian who spent a working life abroad, who kept a home and a family on his island the whole time, is not a stranger arriving at last minute. And let this House remember, Madam Speaker, this same diaspora sends home close to 3 billion rupees a year in remittances alone, by the Bank of Mauritius' own figures. Money that reaches household in every one of our constituencies. That person is a citizen and a contributor still. This House should think hard before it legislate a second class of citizenship through the back door of a residency schedule. Madam Speaker, let no member mistake a calm debate for a calm country. These were not people with nothing left to lose who marched. Most were people with a job, a home, a pension they had planned around. When comfortable, settled citizens marched, and today they are standing outside the parliament. That is not desperation. That is principle. The union have kept a general strike on the table and say it stays there unless government goes back further. And when this country writes the history of Budget 26-27, I believe it will be remembered as the most controversial in a generation. Not for its ambition, but for the confusion it inflicted on the very citizens it claims to protect. That is not a threat, Madam Speaker, it is simply the truth. And Madam Speaker, in relation to education, education tells the same story. 1 week before the budget was even presented, Cabinet revised the grant-in-aid scheme for private pre-primary school, cutting operational reimbursement to 50%, capping grant support at 5,000 rupees, and withdrawing the per-student subsidy entirely from 106 schools, effective January 2027. With no consultation with parents and no published assessment of the impact on low-income families, pension, public gathering, and now our youngest children's generation. Madam Speaker, 3 unrelated policy areas, and in every one of them, the same government, same 6 weeks, and the absence of anyone asking the people affected what they thought first. Clause 7 of the Finance Bill is a very serious provision in this bill. It inserts a new section, Section 123G, into the Income Tax Act, giving the Director General of the MRA direct, real-time, remote electronic access to the civil status database and the central population database. notwithstanding the Civil Status Act, notwithstanding the Data Protection Act, notwithstanding any other law of this Republic. Two acts of this very Parliament set aside in one clause, inside a bill explained to the country in one sentence. The same clause compels the CEB and the CWA and our motor insurers to hand your bills, your policies, your consumption to the taxman every year without your knowledge. The CWA is owed 697 million rupees and is in debt of some 3.47 billion rupees. The CB, Madam Speaker, carries 9.3 billion rupees of debt, and its tariff increases has already increased. The CB, on the other hand, recovers only 3 billion against 4.8 billion in rising costs. It does not even close its own gap. Two utilities, Madam Speaker, both drowning, both handed a new power to watch you, while neither can keep the lights on or the taps running. That is the government's order of priorities in one sentence. Institution fit enough to police your bill, not fit enough to fix your pipes or keep your lights on. The companion bill lets the Minister of Finance, after merely consulting the governor, transfer public funds into the government, the Bank of Mauritius, to bolster its own capital. The opposite of what the IMF called for in May, safeguarding the bank's independence. And this country does not even have a Minister of Finance distinct from the Prime Minister to wield that power with restraint. One man presented the budget, tabled this bill, and answered for its costs. Sir Winston Churchill said, "A nation taxing itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket trying to lift himself by the handle." I offer that with a smile, Madam Speaker, but I mean it in earnest. Madam Speaker, this country does not need patchwork fixes smuggled through a finance bill. It needs real structural reform, debated in an open and built to outlast whichever government holds office. Edmund Burke once described a nation not as a contract between the living alone, but as a partnership between those who are living, those who come before us, and those not yet born. Madam Speaker, when this House votes tonight, we are not voting only for ourselves. We are voting on behalf of a child not yet born in Triolet, in Belair, in Port-Louis, in every village and every town on this island. A child who will inherit whatever pension system, whatever fiscal habits, whatever culture of confusion or consultation we choose tonight to leave behind. Our young people do not need another clause smuggled past them in the dark. They need commitment, real, written, binding commitment from a government willing to build for the next generation, not merely survive its own term in office. Dr. Ambedkar, architect of Indians' own constitution, whose thinking speaks so to many families in this country who trace their root to that same soil, warned his constituent assembly that however good a constitution may be, it is sure to turn out bad if those entrusted to work it prove unworthy of the task. A good principle is not a good outcome, Madam Speaker. The how matters as much as the what. And a government governing by certificate of urgency, by contradiction, by 6 weeks of silence is proving Dr. Ambedkar's warning correct tonight, close by close. I say this not as an enemy to the government, Madam Speaker, because I want Mauritius to succeed, regardless of which benches occupy that side of the House. And let me be constructive. A pension reform this country could trust would look different in 3 respects. The actuarial study before the threshold, not after months of real consultation. not ours, one minister, one clear answer, given once and kept. None of that is radical. It is not too late to do it even tonight. If this government withdraw this bill, do the work properly and bring it back again. James Madison warned that knowledge will forever govern ignorance, and that a people who mean to govern themselves must arm themselves with power that knowledge gives. This bill, Madam Speaker, does not arm our people with knowledge. It arms the MRA with a population database. It arms the Minister of Finance with a route to the Bank of Mauritius' own capital. It arms government with a certificate of urgency and leaves the pensioner, the importer, the ordinary citizen to learn what has happened to them after the fact from anyone but their own government. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Madam Speaker, pension matters. Honesty in this House matters. A citizen's data matters. 6 weeks of a nation not knowing what it is retiring into matters. I did not come into this House to be silent about any of it. Madam Speaker, as a patriot, and I will use that word without any embarrassment, I cannot lend my vote to a bill assembled on this notice, riddled with many unresolved contradictions between the very ministers meant to explain it to our people. That is not obstruction. It is the minimum scrutiny this House owes the country it exists to serve. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I will not vote in favor of this bill tonight. Not one clause of it. And we respectfully, but without hesitation, that the vote being taken by division, so that the record of this House shows in black and white, by name, exactly where every member stood on the night where we were asked to legislate, in such a haste on the retirement security of our own people. History does not remember the members who stayed quiet on the night that mattered. Madam Speaker, it remembers only how each of us voted. 6 weeks of confusion is enough. Let this House end it tonight, not with another promise, but with a vote that this country can finally trust. If you can't say wrong is wrong, then you are at the last stage of slavery. Echoed by Che Guevara. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Francois.
Thank you. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to briefly speak on the Finance Bill number 12 and the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provision Bill number 13 of 2026. The two bills contain 83 enabling legislations in support of the approved National Budget 2026-2027 pronounced on 19th June last by the Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Angoulême. The bills operationalize many of the commitments made to the nation, where policy begin to take shape as law. Fairness and promises gain structure. Responsibility is recognized, and the machinery of the state is adjusted to better serve our citizens. The two bills embody the government's vision and direction for the Republic as we move forward. Madam Speaker, I must acknowledge with humility that not all measures are yet fully embraced by our citizens. Whether in Mauritius or in Oryx, some reforms are difficult and some burdens weight. We are in a delicate situation where government proposed and considered, but at times our communication has not reached every household, every mind, or every heart. It may feel as though our voice echoes in a vacuum. The challenge before our nation is how to strike the right balance, the right equilibrium, and satisfaction to ensure that reforms are understood, that burdens are shared fairly, and that progress is carried by unity rather than division. Surely none of us wishes to see our republic sink like the Titanic. What we desire is a nation that sails forward, with resilience, solidarity, and hope? How do we reach consensus in the best interest of all, involving sacrifices and responsibility while making progress? That is the reality we must face. Now, Speaker, now I shall comment on a few specific clauses of the two bills together. I begin with a caring attitude toward our disabled persons. The Excise Act is amended to allow purchase of a motor car with an engine capacity not exceeding 16 cc or 200 kW, or a double cabin vehicle in the case of Rodrigues residence for a person with disability. I'm informed from a previous beneficiary from Rodrigues that the process is lengthy at the Ministry and VMI. Some potential beneficiaries have even abandoned the process due to its complexity. Now, Speaker, I propose for an administrative review to smoothen procedures to assist those in need. In addition, I recommend that government provide assistance for the modification of a car for a person with a disability, whether a new car, an existing family car, or a business vehicle, under what I call a special vehicle modification funding, which define criteria and guidelines. We've defined criteria and guidelines. The New Zealand model is a good reference. Now, Speaker, let me look at the Economic and Financial Measures Bill. Clause 12. The Cooperative Act is amended to provide a new section 73, a categorization of societies whereby every society shall be categorized as micro, small, medium, or large society. And section 73H empower the registrar to review and recategorize a society based on the audited financial statements filed for the preceding financial year. Now, Speaker, in Rodrigues, cooperative societies are part of our economic structure and future, which implies better management. For example, the best operators of Rodrigues Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited exist to provide essential public transport across Rodrigues and the routes assigned by the NLTA. This society is currently under a caretaker board, which is raising questions and contested by some bus owners. This new cooperative legislation will definitely help to remedy this vital sector, visant à sier progrès et servir l'industrie transport dans Rodrigues. Clause 21. The Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute Act is amended, which aligns the international definition of food security as the physical, social, and economic access at all times to sufficient, safe, nutritious food to meet dietary needs and preferences for an active and healthy life. Now, Speaker, the World Bank's Food and Nutrition Security Update for June 26 notes that global food and nutrition security is becoming more fragile due to geopolitical shocks, climate risk, and rising input costs. Fertilizers prices are projected to rise by 38% in 2036, and food commodity prices by about 3%. The amendments proposed in the bill will partly address our concerns for food security, and I support the inclusion, Honorable Bolel, of the concept of food sovereignty and food self-sufficiency together. This is a national priority, urgency, and the answer lies in agricultural development that will ensure that our people access to affordable, healthy, and sustainable food while being inclusive and community-driven. Very important for our republic, community-driven. Madam Speaker, advancing our food sovereignty requires government, policymakers, NGOs, and community organizations to empower our local communities and prioritize sustainable, locally controlled and cultural food systems. Like in Rodrigues, small-scale farming. There's a model. We have a model in Rodrigues. And let me say it, Madam Speaker, if you allow me, nous bisons produire nous manger qui sortent dans la terre. et en même temps évite gaspillage dans manger qui nous importé. And Speaker, Clause 30 amends the Land Drainage Authority Act. With climate change and increasing food waste, the amendment will empower NDU to correct past weaknesses, institutionalize best practices, and build a culture of rapid and timely project delivery, anchored in value for money and results-oriented delivery. As a former PPS, I believe that giving the NDU authority to prioritize implementation of projects is the right direction to avoid two things: any dichotomy and delays that lead to inefficiencies. However, the LDA remains the main institution to provide expert advice and recommendations on drainage projects. Madam Speaker, I remain concerned about the cancellation of the Akasha drainage project in Rodrigues in 2023, requiring urgent flood mitigation measures for around 100 residential houses, despite approval by the LDA and financial clearance obtained. This cancellation is exposing the inhabitants to ongoing risks of floodings. Central government must remain committed for the necessary funds for Rodrigues drainage infrastructure under the Climate and Sustainability Fund. Madam Speaker, road safety is an urgent development priority, a major health issue, and a social equity issue. Clause 48 of the bill, the Road Traffic Act, is amended to create a new traffic management and road safety unit as the lead agency for traffic management and road safety in Mauritius. And say Mauritius, Rodrigues as well. This aligns Mauritius with the UN General Assembly of 2022 political declaration to improve road safety by 2030. And TRSMU will surely collaborate with the Rodrigues Regional Assembly to promote effective traffic management in Rodrigues. Madam Speaker, I'm deeply concerned about road traffic accidents, which remains unacceptably high for small island like Rodrigues. The rate of accidents and fatalities over the past 5 years shows a clear need for stronger intervention and safer infrastructure. Statistics from police on number of road accidents in Rodrigues reveals that in 2022, 149, 23, 188, 24, 198, 25, 195, and 2026 as of June, 134. Fatal accidents. 12 people were killed for the last 5 years. 503 casualties, out of which 70 seriously injured. Now, Speaker, construction of new roads integrated with environmental protection, climate change consideration, poverty alleviation, job creation, and the sustainable development goals remains a priority for my beloved country, island, Rodrigues. And not only extensive resurfacing, mais coltan nef, le bon coltan. No. And bien, mais coltan nef, le bon coltan. Clause 46 amend the Public Holidays Act, Section 3.
Nobody understood, huh? Say it again and translate.
Madam Speaker,
No, nonetheless. Say it again.
la construction de la route à Rodrigues.
No, that...
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Remains a priority for this construction of roads, and not only extensive resurfacing, which means permettre coltan neuf le bon coltan. La route là, disons que permettre coltan
Okay.
là.
Astern and comprend.
Clause 46 amend. I'm talking to the people out there as well. Clause 46 amends the Public Holidays Act, Section 3, so that when a public holiday falls on a Sunday, the following day shall be observed as a public holiday. Madam Speaker, in the same spirit, I again urge central government to officially declare the 12th of October as Rodrigues Day and a public holiday for the autonomous Rodrigues Islands only. This defines our dignity and specificity. This day commemorates Rodrigues' autonomy as established by our Constitution in 2001. It is not normal that on Rodrigues' Day, when some people are celebrating, gather to honor the autonomy monument at Malabar and hold religious ceremonies, others are working, as if it is a normal day. Let's rectify this.
No, of course.
As Speaker, I won't be long. Let me conclude. We are in a decisive stage. And my message to all those entrusted with executing the various projects and exercising legal powers, government officials, and implementing agencies, my message is to serve with honor and to place the interests of our Republic and our people first and above all considerations. Let us deliver the best of our abilities with the right cost from our limited resources, with integrity and speed, not only for today's citizens, but for future generations. Let us build the right future, the right institutions, the right spirit as the foundation of an indivisible nation of today and tomorrow. It is a calling and a sacred mission for our nation building. Responsabilité, solidarité, efficacité économique et justice sociale, comme précisé par le Premier ministre. Madame la Présidente, la jeunesse et les enfants de la République nous regardent. With these words, I'm done.
Thank you for respecting the time. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, over the past year, we have implemented wide-ranging reforms in the financial services sector. These reforms were necessary to safeguard the reputation and integrity of our sector. They were necessary because of global regulatory changes and innovation. Earlier in the year, Parliament enacted the Anti-Money Laundering, Combating the Financing of Terrorism and Countering Proliferation Financing Miscellaneous Provision Act, which brought forward a comprehensive and forward-looking set of reforms ahead of the mutual evaluation by ESAMLAG in 2027. Today, we are making some further amendments that complement the technical compliance that Mauritius needs to demonstrate. In this context, the bills in front of the House address several legislation, including the FIAMLA, the Banking Act, the Cooperatives Act, the Companies Act, the Waqf Act, and the Jewellery Act. First, the FIAMLA. We are amending the 5th schedule to exclude third-party administrators from AML-CFT obligations. These administrators perform largely administrative functions on behalf of licensed insurers and do not deal directly with consumer funds or transactions, yet are currently required to comply with the full set of AML-CFT requirements. The Banking Act. The proposed amendments to the Banking Act will strengthen information sharing between financial institutions and competent authorities. The Cooperative Act. Regarding the Cooperative Act, certain societies which are performing credit union activities are currently not covered. The definition of credit union is being expanded under the FIAMLA to include any society under the Cooperative Act which provides financial services to its members. This protects depositors, often small planters, who use these entities. It ensures compliance with the AML-CFT CPF framework. The Jewellery Act. In the same spirit, the Jewellery Act is being amended to assist in the implementation of AML-CFT supervisory functions of the Assay Office. The Companies Act is also being amended to extend beneficial ownership requirements to partnerships, including Société Civile and Société Commerciale, ensuring that competent authorities have timely access to accurate and up-to-date beneficial ownership information in line with FATF Recommendation 24. This reform further strengthens Mauritius' framework for combating money laundering and the misuse of complex legal structures. The Waqf Act, the bill is strengthening the governance, accountability, and financial integrity of Waqfs. It introduces clear definitions aligned with Mauritius' AML-CFT framework, and the amendments also establish a comprehensive governance framework by empowering the Waqf board. Over and above the AML-CFT provisions, the bill proposes further amendments to ensure that we are looking at the financial sector in a holistic manner. Let me start with the Financial Services Act. Section 19(1) of the Financial Services Act currently allows a licensee who has submitted false or misleading information to avoid enforcement action simply by surrendering its license. We are closing that loophole by extending the offense to past licensees. And under Section 31, the FSC currently has no power to act against misleading advertisements or promotional activity that could undermine investor confidence or market integrity. The amendment now empowers the FSC to take action against any person, licensed or not, engaged in such deceptive advertising. New Section 48A to 48D establishes a conservatorship framework allowing the FSC to intervene in distressed licensees by appointing a conservator to protect assets, safeguard client interests, and support rehabilitation or reorganization where appropriate, providing an alternative to immediate license revocation. Section 71(3)(b) is being amended to require global business licensees to operate their bank accounts under signatory arrangements compliant with FSC guidelines, giving legal effect to the requirement that authorized signatories include at least one approved officer of the management company. This measure reinforces the substance requirement of management and control in Mauritius, strengthens corporate governance, and ensures that operation of bank account reflect genuine oversight and accountability within the jurisdiction. A new Section 79(b) introduces a private wealth management license framework, allowing licensed providers to offer approved services under the FSC rules. The framework aims to enhance Mauritius' appeal as a regulated and trusted jurisdiction for high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals. Madam Speaker, the Commission's accounts are currently audited by foreign private audit firms. In order to ensure institutional efficiency, Section 85 is being amended so FSC's financial statements are audited either by the Director of Audit or another external auditor on a defined statutory timeline and through a transparent and competitive process. A new Section 87D requires that all applications to the FSC, including for the appointment of officers, be submitted through the FSC1 platform or as determined, promoting digitalization and easing the burden of dealing with both manual and online channels. Section 88(1) extends immunity and protection from liability, currently available to board members, employees, and chief executive acting in good faith to administrators and conservators appointed by the FSC. Madam Speaker, I also informed the House during the budget debates that the National FinTech Strategy launched recently, has the potential to be a game changer for our economy. This bill amends the Financial Services Act to establish the National FinTech Governance Committee as the central coordination and oversight body for implementing that strategy. This body will have the responsibility to implement the FinTech strategy and ensure that there is focus on execution and delivery with demonstrable results so we can shape the next generation of financial services value proposition. Madam Speaker, let me now turn to the Financial Reporting Act. Investors and stakeholders increasingly consider ESG disclosures as an essential part of modern corporate reporting and responsible business practices. We are inserting a definition of sustainability reporting standards into Section 2 of the Financial Reporting Act. We are adding a new Section 73A to enable the Financial Reporting Council to establish a sustainability reporting framework and provide for its implementation on either a voluntary or mandatory basis. This approach will allow Mauritius to adopt internationally recognized sustainability reporting standards while ensuring that implementation remains proportionate and appropriate to the country. To ensure the effectiveness of the Financial Reporting Act, Section 76 and 79(1) are being amended so that the Council can take enforcement action where entities that fail to comply with the required standard, exercising the same oversight over sustainability reporting as it already does over financial reporting. These reforms, Madam Speaker, will help Mauritian businesses and the Mauritius IFC to better exploit sustainable source of finance. Madam Speaker, the Variable Capital Companies Act, VCCs, the amendments to the Act allow protected cell companies to convert directly into VCCs, removing administrative barriers and ensuring legal continuity. They also clarify that VCCs may, with prior Commission approval, provide certain services to their sub-funds, strengthening Mauritius' competitiveness as an investment fund jurisdiction. The Virtual Asset and Initial Token Offering Services Act. These amendments strengthen the digital asset framework by clarifying that senior executives of virtual asset service providers must be both Mauritius residents and hold senior management position. It also prohibits unlicensed persons from soliciting investors in Mauritius for virtual assets activities or initial token offerings. The Captive Insurance Act. Section 16 is being amended to allow the Financial Services Commission to grant captive insurance extensions for regulatory filings where valid reasons exist, providing flexibility while maintaining oversight. The Income Tax Act. The Income Tax Act clarifies the definition of a global business entity through amendments to Section 2. This provides greater legal certainty while ensuring our global business regime remains genuinely focused on international activities. Madam Speaker, another very important amendment brought forward by the budget 2026-2027 in the bill is to ensure that non-executive directors are no longer personally liable under the Income Tax Act as they are not involved in the operational decisions of the company. This was a matter of major concern among operators in the financial services sector, in the global business sector, especially management companies. My ministry, through the Financial Services Consultative Council Tax Working Group has worked on this amendment in the law as it has direct impact on the ease and cost of doing business in Mauritius. It gives more clarity to businesses. Currently, a secretary, a manager, or other principal officers of a company are deemed to be agents of that company and may become personally liable for the company's unpaid income tax. In order to restrict directors' liabilities for unpaid income tax only to officers in an executive management position, the Finance Bill has amended the Income Tax Act to define principal officer. These measures promote stronger corporate governance, encourage timely compliance, and reinforce the integrity of our tax administration. They are fully consistent with government's commitment to enhance tax compliance while ensuring clarity and fairness in the administration of our tax laws. In another case in point, the bill introduces a number of measures relating to qualified domestic minimum top-up tax, QDMTT. Again, the Tax Working Group under the Financial Services Consultative Council has been working with the relevant stakeholders towards identifying appropriate measures to ensure compliance with OECD Pillar 2 rules while maintaining Mauritius' competitiveness. All these amendments, Madam Speaker, reinforce both the credibility and the competitiveness of our international financial center and demonstrate that Mauritius continues to implement international tax reforms in a pragmatic and responsible manner. Madam Speaker, these bills in front of the House are not simply about amending legislation. It is about preparing Mauritius for the future. The bills presented today will serve us this fiscal year and beyond. The bills are fully aligned with our broader national ambition under Vision 2050, where the financial sector is one of the strongest drivers of future growth. Madam Speaker, in my previous budget remarks, I had commended the Prime Minister for choosing leadership rather than political expediency, for being bold in taking the necessary decisions to secure both our present and our future. Madam Speaker, being the Minister of Finance is perhaps one of the toughest jobs, if not the toughest job at this point in time. Let me borrow a quote from the first speech of the British Prime Minister Andy Burnham last week. He says, and I quote, "Let's take a problem-solving rather than a point-scoring approach. Let's have the courage to fix the big things that politics has neglected and have the convictions to go about there together and argue for our plans." So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, let me therefore again congratulate the Prime Minister for having the audacity and the courage to solve today's problems and not do politics with the future of this nation. And I therefore commend these bills to the House and give them my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for respecting time. Yes, Honourable Minister of Social Security.
Madam Speaker, I'm intervening tonight in my capacity of Minister of Social Security, member of the National Assembly representing constituency number 4, spokesperson of my party, but also as a long-standing trade unionist and social movement activist for some 40 years. I know that many people in the country are awaiting the content of my speech tonight. I thank them for this attention. Madam Speaker, I would humbly request your indulgence to allow me to contextualize the very finance bill itself, especially on pension and social matters, before the House tonight. This is a rare finance bill when not all measures announced or mentioned in the budget speech are translated into necessary immediate enactment. So my speech will deal to both kinds of measures, those found and not found in the bill, but which were mentioned in the budget. To situate the present finance bill on pension, that the sections amending the National Pensions Act falling under my ministry, we cannot not go back to the last budget, 2025-2026. At the time, many people from outside and inside this House raised serious concerns on the proposed pension reforms when the last budget raised the basic retirement pension entitlement age from 60 to 65. This included my party, Resistance and Alternative. In a letter addressed to our partners in the government, we said that such fundamental change should have been conducted in consultation with the people and the organizations. Out of the concerns of the people at the time, the parties in the government, of the then constituted government, initiated interim measures to provide an income support to all pensioners earning less than 10,000 rupees individually, or if a couple earning up to 20,000 rupees. In addition, all persons who were receiving the basic invalid pension and basic widow's pension attending 60 years would continue to receive their pensions up to the new pension age, that is 65 years old. In parallel, a committee of experts was set up after the budget to look into the whole pension system of Mauritius. The finance bill contains some of the proposal by the said committee. In this budget, in June 2026, when the budget was in elaboration and finally presented, many people inside and outside the government raised some concerns. Subsequently, many events occurred and decisions taken by government, especially the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, the present finance bill on pension reform, I'll focus on this issue as it is the major one, is a product of budget-related events and decisions. Madam Speaker, tonight I stand up in this House in the context of this finance bill, which represents the positively mutated version of the pension reform. Madam Speaker, I would never have stood up tonight if this bill did not include the principle of payment of an optional universal pension to all citizens as from the age of 60 years. I stand up because the government has taken into consideration the plight of all of our fellow citizens, workers, women, people living in precarious conditions, self-employed, and people in small production. Madam Speaker, I would not have stood up tonight if the finance bill included the means tested that would have applied cuts to existing pensioners' pensions. It is now public domain that my party was contemplating of leaving the government in this context. Again, let me thank all the members of the National Assembly, ministers, and especially the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for his maturity and the people of Mauritius. Together, we co-produce this important change, this critical mutation of the pension reform. Madam Speaker, I would not have stood up tonight if the report and documents related to the Committee of Experts was not rendered public. A democratically respected society deserves that citizens, workers, women, pensioners, and the youth be made aware of what are being proposed by a committee set up on their present and future living realities. Madam Speaker, I would not have stood up tonight had the National Pension Fund 2.0 been rushed into and included in the finance bill. Our government decided that the process follow its due course to enable more reflections and consultations. I would also like here to mention the answer of the Prime Minister in his in answer to a PQ, where he stressed the need for more consultation and, equally important, his guarantee that no employee will be worse off with the new system of the National Pension Provident Fund. This section is not per se in the finance bill, but will be subject of consultations and discussion in parallel. Madam Speaker, I would never have stood up if there was not any legal clarifications and guarantee that as from January next year, that pensions would be annually increased, taking into considerations the cost of living of the previous year for all age pensioners, whether under the existing system in transition or the new state age pension SAP as from January 2027. Madam Speaker, I must now convey to the House that I am convinced that the mutated pension reform forming part of this finance bill is now laying the foundation of a new progressive pension system for present and future generations. There are several major amendments in the Pension Act, the National Pension Act. The first amendment relates to Section 3, and this amendment is to ensure the continuity of payments of the existing BRP to existing pensioners and payment of pension to new pensioners under the new state age pension, the SAP. The second major amendment relates to the addition to the inclusion of a new section, Section 3A, entitled State Age Pension, and it is being inserted in Section 3. This amendment is to make provision for free transitions period for persons attaining age of 60 on or after 1st January 2026 to be eligible to the state age pension. For persons attaining 60 on or after 1st January 2026, but before 31st December 2026, shall be eligible to receive the state age pension as from 1st January 2027, and on and or after 1st January 2027, but before 31st August 2039, to be able to receive the new SAP. There is a new section. It's what I have just described is in the new Section 3A. The other section, the third major amendment, is 3B, and this amendment is to make provision for state age pensions for persons attaining age of 60 on or after 1st December 2029. The fourth major amendment is in 3C, is to increase the state age pension. I wish to clarify two important issues here. First, that the increase already granted in the law to pensioners at the age of 65, 75, 90, and 100 years, centenarians, are all guaranteed under the new system, the new SAP. Second, and this is for the first time in the history of the country, pensioners' pension will be readjusted when every January, taking into considerations the cost of living. Of course, cost of living is measured with the CPI. I've heard some of the opposition people saying that it should not have been cost of living. This is semantic. And so it will be adjusted, and the principle of the increase is legally enshrined in the law now. Every January, and this is not very different from workers' compensation. I've been in the trade union movement. Some of us have been in the trade union movement. Every January, the compensation to salaries are given to workers, and then the law is passed. There is not even the law for negotiating and guaranteeing salary increase to the workers. It's the first time for pensioners that such a disposition will be included in the law of Mauritius. I've also heard from the opposition that comment on this disposition. I must stress that it is not the fact of the increase which is subject that may be. It is only the actual rate to be prescribed which is the subject of the mail. Let me, my colleague Babulal, honorable member, have stated that we haven't circulated figures. We did have circulated many figures in our press conference, but let me give you an idea of the new system, what it will give. For example, for someone age 55 today, that is in 2026, I'm simplifying it, and if this person opts for a pension at 60, this person will receive 13,764, depending on the months, 64 rupees. If this person opts of a pension at the age of 63, he will be entitled to 19,188, and if this pensioner, if this person up at 65, he will be entitled at 23,35200. And you can go on like this. Let me go to the last one. If someone has 25 years today and opts for a pension at 60 years, okay, this person will earn 38,661 and 65,546. All this is assuming that the inflation rate increased by 3.5. And the 3.5 is not a magical figure. It's a figure that is proposed by the Bank of Mauritius and the IMF itself. Now let me come to the other major amendment to the National Pension Act, that is the Steering Committee on Pension Reforms. And in this amendment, the government wants to go to further have reflections, inputs, and consultations on the issue of Independent Pension Regulatory Authority and the Central Pensions Administration Bureau. And this is very important because one thing is very important. We have decided not to rush in any institution to be set up with this finance bill. So the government have created space for the steering committee to give a report within 3 months for the Central Pensions Administration Bureau and 6 months for the Independent Pension Regulatory Authority. And Madam Speaker, so coming to the NPPF or the NPF 2.0, I've been listening to some of the opposition members. Let me say that the NPPF or NPF 2.0 have deliberately not been included. It's not that there is a silence. It has deliberately not been included in the finance bill because precisely we want consultations, we want all the parties to bring in their inputs, bring in their concerns, bring in their criticism. I myself have some issues with some of the proposal, and this is all right for people to have space for discussion. So it hasn't been included, and I refer to all the honourable members of the opposition to the PQ B964, where the Prime Minister reported on this, replied to this question. He said that I wish to emphasize that the reform of Pillar 2 and 3, that is the NPF 2.0 and the Institution 3 on the pension system, as I mentioned, the contributory pension scheme and the voluntary private scheme are not yet finalized, okay? Their implementation will require a dedicated legislation, extensive consultation with stakeholders. This is a promise I made to the union movement, and we have kept this promise. Madam Speaker, I think I would, as an MP, a minister, and a trade unionist, I think it's important. There is one element that has not been included in this debate in the whole country. I have never seen it. First, since 2008 up to 2018, the retirement age have been brought to 65. This is a reality. Nobody challenged it. neither the opposition parties nor the trade union movement in which I was part of. The only thing that we did at the time, I remember with my friend, he's not here now, Rashid Imrit, we organized so that workers get a reduced contributory pension at the age of 60. We struggled to get the optional retirement age to be 60. It's still in the law right now. What I'm saying, if you look at the civil servant, as from 2018, civil servants were required to work for a certain amount of months. 38, I just forgot that first. 31 first, and then it's become 38.5. What I'm trying to say is that retirement age is already 65. And every entitlement that workers get a reduced entitlement when they opt for 60 years. And I think this is very, very important in the debate. What happened now, not last year, what is happening now, we are bringing the same principle to the old age pension system, old age pensions. That is, the old age pension is aligning to 65, and we are giving the option of any citizen to opt for a readjusted, reduced pension of 60. If you look at a private sector worker, the private sector worker now may opt to a PRGF, that is 15 days per year of service. If the worker works up to 65, he will get the PRGF 5 years more because he's working 5 years more from 60 to 65. If the worker opts to have a reduced, opt to retire at 60, he will have 5 years less. So this is, I would say, this was the rationale that was elaborated when the retirement age changed. And not last year, but now this is what the government is doing. So we've been thinking and thinking of the rationale. I don't think the rationale is different from what has been adopted by consensus in this country from 2008 to 2018, be it from all the parties in this assembly and the trade union in which I was part of. Madam Speaker, this finance bill and the mutation of the pension reform is laying the foundation of the free-tier pension system to protect the interests of existing pensioners, newcomers pensioners, and new generations. The mutated reform, born, I must say, out of the people, challenge, dissent from trade union movement, challenge and dissent from senior citizens, from the youth, from representatives of the people in every constituency of this country. This mutated reform is itself paving the way for the pension system imagined by our independence struggle pioneers and the militant trade union of the early 70s, the General Workers' Federation. A combined system where state solidarity is granted to all citizens reaching retirement age, with the contributory system where contributions are made by employers by a higher rate and employees at a lower rate. This is why the NPF was born in 1976 and 1978. And this is why economic lobbies didn't want the NPF to succeed, but they succeeded in 2020 when the previous regime destroyed the NPF. Madam Speaker, if we can imagine the system that is emerging. Someone 25 years old earning 30,000 rupees is estimated to get 60,000 rupees when he reaches 65. and to get a monthly pension, 55,000 rupees, if we take all the money of the CSG going to the budget and transfer it to the own account of the employees. And these young guys who would turn 65 will earn a consequent lump sum. Now, let me give another important contribution to the debate. 3 minutes. But let me then reply to the opposition, official opposition, okay? Zanjia, yeah, they said that they will faire comme avant, okay? Yeah, faire comme avant, retourne comme avant. They are saying that trahison, l'arnaque. One question I have to them. If you are returning back where we were, would you continue to request 40 billion rupees contribution from the workers of the country? Now the fund directed to the CSG is 14 billion rupees. Will you continue? Give an answer to this question. Second, if you are returning back, will you continue the destruction of the National Pension Fund? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the people of Mauritius.
Address the Minister.
Don't take it that personal. Don't take it. You destroyed it.
Minister, address me, please.
Yes, please.
Address me.
Will they continue? Will they continue to take 40 billion rupees from the workers of this country? So these are the questions. And if we want to put the question, will they return the retirement age to 60 then? If they are going in this logic, will they return the retirement to 60? Why not? They've been in power in between 2024, at least to 2018, when the cycle was completed. Madam Speaker, I stand up to say with conviction that the new system in evolution will be one of the most progressive and socially advanced since independence. I'm a man of conviction. When I'm convinced of that something is progressive, I will stand and defend it tooth and nail. We, the government, the Alliance Resistance et Alternative, have created a historical space. It is up to the people who are struggling, many with passion, to bring reason and to take our pension system ahead. What will happen in the future depends on what we do with our hearts, but with reasoning. Many of them are realizing that the official opposition's mantra and their acolytes are not the best enlightened road for this struggle. Okay? Some are saying that it is a sad day for the welfare state. No. We are consolidating the welfare state. I don't see how, when we are providing domiciliary visit to the old age pension, 85, is a regression of the welfare state. And I would say that we are a government that have decided to set up a constitutional review commission to insert economic and social rights within our constitution. Article 9 of this economic and social rights recognize the right of everyone to social security, including social insurance.
You mean from the
ECOSOC,
covenant?
yeah.
From the covenant?
For the economic and social, UN economic and social
Yes.
rights. This is what we are,
Covenant.
will be, yeah. So I conclude by addressing to all the people, workers, pensioners, youth and women, to those, some people are saying, I mistake this, that we should not vote the finance bill. I've been baffling with this reasoning. If we do not vote the finance bill, technically and legally, it would mean that the raising of the pension age to 60 would stay as it was in last year. We are not improving it. So I don't see the reasoning. To those who are calling for a division of vote, rest assured, I will vote this finance bill. No need for a division of vote for me. Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Speaker.
Minister. Yes, Honourable Member for Brazil Stanley.
Merci, Madame Speaker. Madame Speaker, je tiens à dénoncer en tout premier lieu la façon de faire du gouvernement dans toute cette affaire du Finance Bill 2026 et du Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2026. Les deux amendements, en fait, amendent 83 différentes lois. Et pourtant, ces deux bills ont été circulés au milieu de la nuit vendredi dernier et devaient être votés first, second and third reading mardi dernier. Elles le seront aujourd'hui, ce qui n'est guère mieux. Et pourtant, Madame Speaker, c'est 83 amendements, presque toutes les professions, et soulèvent des problèmes très compliqués que nous n'avons pas eu le temps, malgré un renvoi de quelques jours, que nous n'avons pas eu le temps de discuter avec tous ceux concernés, surtout les différentes professions touchées par ces amendements. En fait, toute la façon de faire du gouvernement, l'absence totale de dialogue, n'aura été qu'une provocation révoltante. Et nous en sommes là. Les syndicats, à l'unanimité, font bloc contre cette façon de faire. Une provocation révoltante et qui n'était pas du tout nécessaire, Madame Speaker. Dans le cas du budget, on nous demande de voter ce Finance Bill, alors que les revenus pour l'année financière 2026-2027 ne sont même pas finalisés. L'abandon du means testing a pour résultat un trou budgétaire de plus de 6 milliards de roupies, qui s'ajouteront aux 10 milliards des Chagos, qui risquent malheureusement de tarder. Le gouvernement a promis au FMI et à Moody's, l'expression utilisée dans le dernier rapport du FMI, le gouvernement a promis au FMI et à Moody's des offsetting measures, soit inévitablement un deuxième budget dans quelques mois, d'autres mesures de revenus dans quelques mois. Dans le cas des 58 amendements contenus dans le Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, je me limiterai pour ce soir à 3 remarques. Le Bank of Mauritius Act est amendé, mais les amendements demandés année après année par le FMI pour donner une vraie indépendance à la Banque de Maurice et empêcher des dérapages comme la MIC ne sont pas parmi les amendements circulés. Le Banking Act, n'en déplaise à ce que j'ai entendu, le Banking Act est amendé pour porter un coup terrible à la confidentialité bancaire en donnant à la Financial Crimes Commission le pouvoir d'obtenir des informations des banques sans passer par un juge en chambre. Alors que même le commissaire de police lui-même est obligé, continue d'être obligé de le faire. Le Waqf Board est amendé. J'écouterai attentivement le ministre du Logement, le numéro 3 du gouvernement, mais en attendant, j'ai prêté une oreille attentive à tout ce qui a été dit autour de la question. Le Waqf Act est amendé sans qu'on nous dise si ceux directement concernés sont d'accord avec les 13 pages d'amendements proposés. Nous avons au moins le droit de savoir ça. J'en viens, Madame Speaker, au vrai problème d'aujourd'hui, le pension reform. Le Finance Bill propose que ce soit à 65 ans que ceux et celles concernés aient un full pension vieillesse, comme on dit. Et quand 60 et 65 ans, un système compliqué s'applique où la personne concernée perd 0,5% par mois si elle prend sa pension avant 65 ans. Les syndicats sont unanimement contre cela. Unanimement et férocement contre cela. Ils le rejettent en bloc. Mais Madame Speaker, c'est la façon de faire du gouvernement et l'absence de dialogue. Et on nous dit maintenant qu'il y aura un grand dialogue sur le NPF Nouvelle Vague. Très bien, mais c'est ce qu'il fallait avoir pour cette réforme de la pension qui est devant nous. La façon de faire du gouvernement et l'absence de dialogue nous ont menés où nous sommes aujourd'hui. C'est ce que la situation actuelle exige, Madame Speaker. C'est de remettre les pendules à zéro. Pas à l'heure, de remettre les pendules à zéro et d'engager un vrai dialogue avec tous ceux concernés, à commencer par les syndicats. Je me répète avec votre permission, ce que la situation malsaine, explosive actuelle exige, c'est de remettre les pendules à zéro et d'engager un vrai dialogue avec tous ceux concernés, à commencer par les syndicats. Quant à la question de l'indexation, l'indexing des pensions, tel que le ministre de la Sécurité sociale l'avait proposé et présenté, indexation, tel que le ministre de la Sécurité sociale l'avait proposé et présenté le 11 juillet dernier dans une conférence de presse, rappelons d'abord ce que l'indexation veut dire. L'indexation veut dire que les pensions ou les salaires sont indexés sur l'inflation. En d'autres mots, que les pensions ou salaires seront automatiquement augmentés au même taux que l'inflation soit de 5 ou 10% ou plus. Je ne me prononce pas pour ou contre l'indexation. L'indexation a été adoptée dans certains pays. L'indexation a fait des dégâts considérables dans d'autres pays. Mais ce qui avait été promis et qui est dans cette conférence de presse a été présenté comme un grand pas en avant pour les syndicats, pour les travailleurs. L'indexation, à moins qu'on ne sache pas de quoi on parlait, mais l'indexation, c'est l'indexation. Une augmentation de salaire ou des pensions de vieillesse, c'est une autre chose, c'est une augmentation. Ce n'est pas l'indexation. Ce qui est proposé maintenant, ce n'est pas l'indexation. Voyons les choses en face. D'ailleurs, c'est assez amusant. Si la situation n'était pas tragique ces jours-ci. Dans le Finance Bill, il était proposé que les pensions may be increased chaque année en se basant sur le taux d'inflation de l'année précédente, mais à la discrétion du gouvernement. Un amendement est devant nous. J'espère que ça ne va pas changer entre-temps parce que j'ai entendu un ministre dire qu'il y aura d'autres amendements. Nous ne sommes toujours pas en présence de ces amendements. Mais en tous les cas, un amendement est devant nous qui a été circulé mardi dernier qui propose que les pensions shall increase à un taux, ça fait rire, mais je ne devrais pas rire. Cette fois-ci, il y avait 2 mais dans le Finance Bill. La pension vieillesse may be increased by un chiffre that may be prescribed. 2 mai. Là, on a retiré le 1er mai. On a oublié de voir ce qu'il faut faire pour le 2e mai. Alors maintenant, there shall be an increase, but which may be prescribed. Allez comprendre quelque chose. Bon, j'espère que peut-être qu'il y aura un amendement maintenant et le moment du vote plus tard, jusqu'au comité state. Mais c'est d'un ridicule, enfin. Et ce changement d'un mai, mais pas 2 mai, ne change donc pas grand-chose. En tout cas, ce n'est pas l'indexation promise publiquement aux travailleurs et aux syndicats. Là-dessus aussi, il faut avoir un vrai débat. Le pays ne peut pas continuer comme ça. Un vrai dialogue, un vrai débat. Ceux qui ont tort ont droit à des explications pourquoi ils ont tort. Mais on ne peut pas run things through throats comme ce gouvernement-là fait jusqu'à présent. Maintenant, il y aura des consultations, très bien. Mais c'est pourquoi j'ai dit ma position. Là où nous sommes rendus, remettons les pendules à zéro et engageons un vrai dialogue avec les syndicats. Dans le discours du budget, il avait été annoncé qu'un Unified Independent Pensions Regulatory Authority serait créé. Mais il avait été aussi annoncé que le NPF renaîtrait en tant que National Pension and Provident Fund, NPPF, en progrès. Le NPPF, on nous avait dit, absorberait en temps et lieu le National Savings Fund et le Portable Retirement Gratuity Fund. Et on nous avait dit aussi que le Pensions Regulator proposerait les réformes nécessaires pour réaliser tout cela et se pencherait aussi sur les pensions dans le secteur privé, les corps étatiques et le service civil. Dans le Finance Bill, rien n'est dit sur tout cela. Mais même ce qui était dit, est-ce que c'est un régulateur? C'est un régulateur. Là, on était venu nous dire, dans le discours du budget, que le régulateur déciderait des policy decisions pour ceci. Mais enfin, soyons sérieux, un régulateur régulate. Un régulateur ne fait pas le policy. Il faut repenser, tout ça c'est un désordre, c'est un charabia. En tous les cas, dans le Finance Bill, parce qu'il y aura maintenant des consultations, rien n'est dit de tout cela. Et c'est tout un chantier qui est devant nous, qui va prendre des années pour être réalisé, et qu'il faut réaliser, mais dans le dialogue, non en imposant. Pire, Madame Speaker, aujourd'hui on nous dit maintenant qu'un Steering Committee on Pensions Reform, présidé par le Financial Secretary, sera mis sur pied pour proposer, c'est lui qui va proposer maintenant ce Steering Committee, qui va proposer un Independent Pensions Regulatory Authority, je cite ce qui est dans le Finance Bill. C'est ce Steering Committee présidé par le Financial Secretary, avec des fonctionnaires, d'autres fonctionnaires sur ce comité, qui va venir, je cite, qui est présidé par le Financial Secretary, sera mis sur pied pour proposer, je cite, le Finance Bill, an Independent Pension Regulatory Authority, which will have the responsibility to develop a strategic vision and national policy for the entire pension system. On est parti pour la gloire. Alors là, on a un steering committee présidé par le Financial Secretary, je ne doute pas de ses capacités, mais un comité de fonctionnaires qui va maintenant venir dégager, faire des études pour venir proposer donc un Independent Pensions Regulatory Authority, un régulateur qui va maintenant à son tour développer un Strategic Vision and National Policy for the entire pension system. Mais c'est la confusion totale. Et en passant, c'est non seulement la confusion totale, mais on ne parle plus du comité d'experts présidé par M. Poirayag. C'est lui qui était et qui est supposé nous proposer une réforme en profondeur de tout ce qui concerne les pensions. Maintenant, on n'en parle plus dans le Finance Bill, on n'entend plus parler, ils sont supposés continuer leur travail. Maintenant, on a un Steering Committee qui va créer un Regulatory Authority, et c'est le Regulatory Authority qui va proposer des policies des yeux. Non, c'est vraiment la confusion la plus totale et il n'est pas trop tard pour que le gouvernement se ressaisisse et fasse les choses comme il faut les faire et non pas de cette façon-là. Là encore, et je terminerai là-dessus, Madame Speaker, là encore, ce qu'il faut, c'est remettre les pendules à zéro et engager un vrai dialogue avec tous ceux et celles concernés, en fait, avec toute la population. Merci.
Merci. Thank you for respecting time. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try my best to do exactly what the previous orator did, was to respect time. So I'd like to start out immediately by very rapidly going through certain changes that the Finance Bill is bringing forward. Clause 20 of the bill, the State Lands Act. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that at one point in time the former government had introduced a series of relief measures to support businesses, including industrial sites, leases on state land, and among those measures were deferment facilities. So deferment facilities for payment of rents, and this is what was basically offered by the previous government. There has been an abuse of the system. There is no reason why this matter doit perdurer, and that is why there is necessity to strengthen government revenue mobilization by removing the deferment facilities and restoring normal collection of rents on state land. The second important element is the exemption for NHDC and new social living development. They will be exempted as far as the 8th schedule is concerned by inserting a new paragraph. So it exempts from duty the transfer of immovable property by the NHDC or the NSLD to a syndicat de copropriétaires. There is an issue which I'll also rapidly do. I'll deal with the matters concerning my ministry rapidly. I recall earlier on that there was a reference by Honourable Joanna Béranger to matters pertaining to, if I'm not mistaken, it was the Green Forest that she made mention of. Now, with regards to the Green Forest, I must say that unfortunately she does not have all the facts. And the facts are as follows. And that is why I believe, and I humbly say so, she is wrong. So, as far as this issue is concerned, Clause 38 of the bill amends the Morcellement Act. Now, this is directly relevant to my ministry. First, it deletes Association Foncière and Green Forest from Section 2. And I think it is important, Madam Speaker, here for honourable members who I believe should understand that what is the policy rationale. The Association Foncière was a mechanism that required the formation of a property owners association for certain morcellement. And the Green Forest requirement mandated a specific type of landscaping or environment buffer. While these requirements were well-intentioned, well, certain people believe, maybe Honourable Béranger believes it was well-intentioned. Maybe she should try to remember the reason it was brought through the back door in a finance bill by the previous Minister of Finance of the old regime was because he wanted to have certain conditions imposed in the law to ensure that no one could have a morcellement in front of his property. Understand that? You know where? So it was not well-intentioned. It was disguised as being well-intentioned. So there is therefore the Association Foncière, the mechanism that required the formation of property owners, Association Morcellement, and the Green Forest requirement mandated specific type of landscaping and environment buffer. I should clarify, Madam Speaker, that 2% green space requirement for morcellement of more than 20 lots is retained. So this is something which maybe the honourable member is not aware of. So I say it again, 2% green space requirement is maintained in the law if it is for more than 20 lots. Now let me come to the issue in which I humbly say the Honourable Béranger Senior and the Honorable Béranger Junior, as well as the Leader of the Opposition, and as well as Honorable Duval, I believe are totally wrong when it comes to their reading of the law. And I'm sure that Honorable Béranger Senior will be comforted when I explain how he was wrong, and he will feel better. I'll explain. Now, banking confidentiality exists on two levels in Mauritius. One, there's an implied contractual duty at common law, and that implied duty is unaffected by the bill, unaffected. There is, secondly, Madam Speaker, a statutory duty under Section 64(3) of the Banking Act, and that section has always contained and continues to contain a list of exceptions. Now, those list of exceptions, if you allow me to go through them, because a lot of people easily listen to the opposition that are proving to be just alarmists, when in fact a proper reading of the law would show to them and show to the people there is no need to be fear-mongering, no need whatsoever. It just simply takes a good, simple reading of what the law is. So as I said, those exceptions always existed. Exception at Section 64(3) was with regards to A, credit, charge card, default, disclosure to other card users. B, customer bankruptcy or company winding up. C, deceased customer succession estate. All those were exceptions to the duty of confidentiality, and it went all the way through to paragraph K and further. But what did paragraph K say? Paragraph K referred to the Asset Recovery Act of 2011. That's important. It referred to the Asset Recovery Act of 2011. So what does this act do? Back in 2023, when you, Madam Speaker, when he was in government, the leader of the opposition now, the FCC Act of 2023 contained already the exemption, which then read, what did it read? Asset Recovery Act of 2011. So there is the need to update the law. Why? Because FATF surveillance or tests are coming forward in 2027. Do we need to update our law? Yes, because the law has changed in the meantime. What does the law now read? Does it say Asset Recovery Act of 2011? Of course not, because it has all been put together under one umbrella. And now it is under the FCC Act of 2023 as amended. So what changes in the law? Zilch. Nothing. Nada. Kuch nahi. Non, rien. Rien du tout ne change. Simplement l'appellation de la loi, simplement, Madame la Présidente, parce que la loi a changé. Et il faut vivre avec son temps. Il faut simplement évoluer. Mais au lieu de cela, il est dommage qu'on voit que les membres de l'opposition, peut-être not wrongly intentioned, I would not want to think they were wrongly intentioned, apart from certain exceptions. They are saying bank confidentiality is gone. Let me say it clearly. Bank confidentiality exists. This is only for asset recovery measures, and it is only an update of legislation. Full stop, nothing else. So for God's sake. So, Madam Speaker, let us talk about something else. I've showed again one example of that. Now, there's something else which I found in Honorable Joe Lejonga.
You mean in his speech?
Of course.
You said-
But it comes from him. It comes from his oratory skills.
Okay.
And his oratory skills have made me realize that he has discovered a few words. Justice, democracy, nepotism, cronism. He's just discovered those terms, just like his leader. Can you imagine? He sits here telling us that democracy and justice requires A, B, C, and D. Democracy? Justice? Was he not then in cabinet when I saw in the place of where Honorable Sababati is sitting, one Prime Minister called Shanihud Jagnat tell me in my face that he would ensure the police is going to arrest me for something I never did, simply because I was telling him the truth? Then where was the justice of the MSM? Where was the justice?
Where was the justice of the MSM when they started listening to people and sniffing through recordings? Where was the justice and democracy and cronism? Where was democracy? Where was nepotism? Where were the standards then? It doesn't exist. When they were listening to Duval and finding a way to throw him into jail, it didn't exist then. But if the standards of Honorable Duval are such that he doesn't mind sitting to those who were ready to kill him politically and throw him into jail, that's his problem. And if the issue is clear, because I'm sure Honorable Béranger, Junior and Senior, would agree, as well as Honorable Babulal, what the MSM have done, unforgivable, and they cannot now take the moral high horse or the high ground. Impossible.
Exactly.
So let me come back. I'll come back. I know it hurts the MSM, and I'm sure Honorable Béranger doesn't want me to defend them or to hurt them more, or maybe. I'll come. But now let's look at the. Of course not. I like admiring you, just like I always did. No. Apologies. I love admiring you. You know that. So, as I was saying,
Yeah, well,
the debate is what? I mean, talking about the terms you used and showing how false you were. Now, Madam Speaker, we talk about the Waqf legislation. You see, this whole preparation of the finance bill, and one of the legislations that has taught me a lot is the Waqf legislation. It has taught me that politicians, or would-be politicians, are ready to do anything in order to be able to gain political mileage. And when I listened to, you see, tomorrow is the 1st of August, let me say that. The 1st of August marks 119 years of the birth of Sir Abdul Razak Mohammed. It was his birthday, 1st of August. And it would mark 58 years cumulative of the Mohammed family's service to the public in terms of office. 58 years. And I would not, with all this family legacy, go against such a giant and the memory and what he has done for this country. So when we sat down together with ministers, colleagues, members of parliament, representatives of the Waqf board, representatives of the Ministry of Financial Services, we sat down with muftis, with university experts in matters of Islamic law, in matters of religion when it comes to Waqf. We listened to their views. We started out with a document that clearly said they did not want that the Waqf be régi under the template of the Trust Act. For simple reasons. A Waqf, whatever the shape it is not and cannot be compared to what the dictates or the responsibilities of a trustee is under the Trust Act. Full stop. I, together with my colleague ministers, we went as far as to study what was happening in Malaysia, what was happening in Singapore, in Turkey. And we came up with a profound study. Honorable Yutim talked about risk-related matters. Honorable Yutim dictated and showed how we should take it in line with what already exists under the Registration of Associations Act. And today, what is the fear-mongering that those certain people in the opposition have tried to do? I've listened. They have tried to say the government is trying to seize Waqf property. False. They have tried to raise this issue of what's going on in India, to say, well, the government of India is doing it and they have passed laws for it. This is the same thing happening in Mauritius. Let me reassure every single member of this country. There is no such agenda, and there is nothing in the law that authorizes it, even de près ou de loin. There is nothing. There is something else they've done. They say now they are going to be able to seize Waqf property. No way. You cannot cancel a Waqf. You cannot seize a Waqf. You cannot do all that, Madam Speaker. Laissez-moi clarifier l'affaire de Waqf. And yes, we have the buy-in of all those associations and organizations and religious bodies we have met. They are agreeable because they looked at it dispassionately and did not get swayed by the falsities that were being thrown around for political means. Honorable Amir Mia was right. We do not politicize the issue of Waqf. We ensure
that there is the truth that is spoken. And this is the truth. L'opposition tente de présenter comme dictatorial, I heard the honorable leader of the opposition, un projet de loi qui, en réalité, plafonne les pénalités administratives à 500 000, alors que la Registration of Associations Act n'a pas de plafond. So it's even better. And why do I say Registration of Association Act? Because temples, mandiram, pagod, churches, they're all run under the same AML-CFT rules under the Registration of Association Act. There are certain masjids, mosques, that are also running through it. So what we fought for is parity. We do not want any discrimination. We want all religions to be treated the same because there has to be the same responsibility and duty in the eyes of the law. Some people have said there is no obligation under the SAMLAG or FATF in order for Waqf to be brought in or roped in. Wrong. I'm very thankful to the Honorable Minister of Financial Services because she has played la carte de la transparence. She showed us. Échange avec SAMLAG, experts were contacted. There was the need ever since 2023 that we should have brought Waqf within, roped in, whether AML-CFT. And who started consultations for that back in 2023? The former government. Look at that political hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. They start the consultations. They make the first proposal for it to be under the strict Trust Act legislation template. They make that proposal. And today they pretend that it never happened and they just shove it under the carpet. Oh no, we are here to protect you. You are going hit. Therefore we need to be able to be what? Win votes, win the Muslim community's votes in such a hypocritical manner. But what we have done, Madam Speaker, is ensure that the law is aligned with every single other association, religious or charity, under the Registration of Associations Act. So let me now say clearly to the opposition, and I'll say that. Si l'opposition souhaite maintenir ses allégations de pouvoirs dictatoriaux ou de gel de biens de Waqf, let me ask the leader of the opposition, and I can ask a rhetorical question. Qu'elle cite les sections? Elle ne pourra pas, Madame la Présidente, parce que ces sections n'existent pas. J'invite le leader de l'opposition à identifier une seule section qui permet au board d'imposer une amende sans avis, sans représentation, sans motivation et sans recours. Ils n'en trouveront aucune. J'invite le leader de l'opposition et les autres qui veulent scorer politiquement et rien d'autre, qui ont des discours vides, une seule section qui permet au board ou à tout organe exécutif de geler, saisir ou prendre possession d'un bien Waqf. Ils n'en trouveront aucune, Madame la Présidente. Je leur invite à identifier un seul pouvoir dans le projet de loi qui soit plus lourd que le pouvoir équivalent déjà exercé sur les temples hindous, paroisses catholiques ou pagodes bouddhistes en vertu du Registration of Association Act. Ils n'en trouveront aucun. Le débat est le bienvenu, mais il doit être fondé, Madame la Présidente, sur le texte réel du projet de loi, pas sur les caractérisations politiques que le texte ne soutient pas. Madame la Présidente, let me also talk about what Honorable Joanna said. I'll be finished very quick soon. Honorable Joanna Béranger talked about supposedly backpedaling with regards to what certain foreigners had to pay in terms of land transfer tax, from 5 to 10%, ever since last year, and there was a backpedaling on that. And what really hits home, Madam Speaker, is that, as I said, there is something called girouette. There is something called girouette. Because last year, I remember carefully that there is a right balance to be done. There's a balance to be done. We are saying, and the honourable member said she wants to protect the population. She's right. We all want to protect the population. The Mauritian population, of course we want to. But investment of abroad is as important as that, because without the investment from abroad, we do not protect the population. So where do we draw the line? Last year, I recall she was in a meeting and I sat there, and it was decided that we needed to protect a sector and not see them
stop buying property in Mauritius that would be a dent in the coffers of the country, in revenue, foreign exchange. I did not hear her say no then. She formed part of government. She was there. There are minutes of proceedings to establish that. I was there. I witnessed it. And today I sit here on the guise, I'm not giving way, on the guise of what? Pretending to faire politique autrement, comme certains l'ont dit, de venir me dire aujourd'hui, mais attends, c'est ce gouvernement qui se montre irresponsable. Mais où était la responsabilité alors l'année dernière, quand le gouvernement, dans un élan collectif de responsabilité commune, avait décidé de prendre une décision dans l'intérêt supérieur de la nation? Où en était-elle là? Where was it gone? So, Madam Speaker, allons mettre les points sur les i. I have said what I have to say. With all due respect, without personalizing the debate, history is easily proved because there are minutes of proceedings to what I'm saying. Okay? Put the question, you'll get the minutes. And what is even worse, Honorable Paul Béranger was also there. He chaired the meeting. Thank you very much.
Explanation, but the last remark of the deputy, I don't know what.
Of the minister.
I challenge him to put a minute of proceeding. Table it, and then we'll discuss.
Yes. Honorable member, I am on my feet. I am on my feet. Honorable, we've already got a motion for you to table it. So maybe, Minister, you will table it in due course. I will not allow any personal explanation. No, but lots of people have done the same. May I speak? May I? I'm going to raise if you don't let me speak. You have to let me speak. You have to let me speak first. If I allow in this debate people to make personal explanation, we're here until tomorrow evening. So I'm not going to allow. But we will ask the Minister to provide us with the document that he has just promised to provide. Okay, I will not allow anybody, because then Honourable Leader of the Opposition will ask me for personal explanation as well. No, I am not going to allow this. But I'm not giving. Now, Honourable Prime Minister. You'll explain.
I ask that the honourable member withdraws that, because she has said I lied. I ask that she withdraws it, because this is against standing order to say that a member lied. I assume what I'm saying. Full stop. She cannot say that I lied. You also can't say it. You also can't say it. Now you are there. You change your tune.
That's enough. That is enough from all of you. That is enough. Okay, now. Vous n'êtes pas d'accord avec mon ruling? Vous n'êtes pas d'accord avec mon ruling? Mais non, je ne veux pas, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui peuvent me demander la même chose, parce qu'il s'est passé beaucoup de choses similaires.
Personal explanation is in the standing orders of this assembly. It's up to you to rule whether somebody is abusing of it or not. But you cannot decide as a speaker that suddenly personal explanations are out because we'll be there tomorrow morning. You can't do that.
It is a ruling. I am not. I'm the one to decide. I am not going to allow it now. Okay? He will table that document, and then we will get an opportunity. Okay. That's enough. That's enough, Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me first of all thank all the honourable members of the House who have participated in the debates on these two bills, namely the Finance Bill and the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. I wish to say again, Madam Speaker, that these two bills constitute an essential part of the government's budget implementation framework. They provide the legislative effect necessary for the measures announced in the budget, that is the 2026-2027 budget speech and its annex, which are not covered under the legislative framework. While the finance bill gives effect to such measures relating to taxation and national finance, the economic and financial measures miscellaneous provisions bill supports the wider regulatory, social, institutional reforms we need to translate policy into action. I would like to stress here, Madam Speaker, that more than 500 measures announced in the budget, to answer one of the things that was mentioned, I think by Honorable Duval, the vast majority of these measures are implementable within the scope of the existing statutory and administrative frameworks. There is no need, therefore, for primary legislative change. It is already within the scope of the existing statutory and administrative frameworks. So there are criticisms in some of the media and the opposition that some measures announced in the budget speech and its annex are not carried in the bill, are therefore unfounded. Together, the amendments in the two bills are anchored on three policy objectives. First objective is to create the appropriate legal framework for rebuilding the soundness of government finance. The bills do so by improving the tax administration and broadening compliance. The amendments being made will enable government to close loopholes, strengthen customs controls, and introduce targeted incentives to stimulate productive investments, technological innovation, and growth in strategic sectors. Also, specific changes to VAT, customs duty, excise duty, and corporate tax rules, which are designed to align revenue policy with our national development endeavor. And the second objective, Madam Speaker, is to develop a legal framework that is more conducive to higher economic growth and fostering of new growth poles. The bills, therefore, create the regulatory framework for example, for the AI sector, for the startup revolution, for innovation, for spurring growth of emerging industries, especially such as renewable energy, ocean economy, the modern agriculture, and clinical tests and trials. At the same time, they support economic diversification and the consolidation of traditional sectors. And the third objective, Madam Speaker, is to establish a regulatory framework that strengthens the social compact for a future-ready Mauritius. It aims to create the right environment for measures that protect and enhance purchasing power, reinforce long-term food security, and prioritize policies that ensure the continuous and reliable supply of energy and water, amongst others. Madam Speaker, I've listened carefully to the criticisms that have been made on the two bills from various quarters. I've also listened very carefully to what the opposition has been saying. While some of the criticisms could be constructive, and we would welcome it, many are focused mainly on false premises or individual gains or losses. There are political motives, especially from the opposition. It would seem, Madam Speaker, that some people in this House and also outside, living in the cozy comfort of their cocoon, totally oblivious of the real world problems we face. Nobody mentioned from the opposition side whatsoever. No mention whatsoever of the war in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine, and of the disruptions in supply chains which are going to have which are having catastrophic consequences on the price of imported commodities. Nobody mentions this. They live in a cocoon. Nobody mentions the threat, perhaps Honorable Joanna Béranger mentioned it, the threat of climate change. Some scientists are saying they are referring to it as the Godzilla El Nino. They don't seem to realize, Madam Speaker, that we live in an interconnected world where events, even in 4 of regions, can have a considerable impact on our economy. That's why I mentioned the other day, I made reference to the favorite posture of the ostrich. The ostrich likes to bury its head in the sand as if nothing is happening outside. Madam Speaker, government must look at the overall picture and not at isolated outcomes alone. The measure of a responsible government, whether it acts in the long-term interest of the whole nation, even when it requires difficult decisions, difficult and bold decisions. These bills are guided by that principle. Let me now respond to some of the criticism. First of all, the bills have been criticized for not doing enough to address the main concerns of the population. The main concern is the erosion of purchasing power. We all know it. The 2 pieces of legislation directly and indirectly, Madam Speaker, address the top priority of the concerns of the people of this country, which is to be better, they want to be better protected from the erosion of purchasing power. That is why we have set the legal framework to make it easier to implement the Purchasing Power Shield national flagship project. As I stated, Madam Speaker, where markets fail, government will intervene and lead, but again within a well-defined legal framework. We have therefore decided that the government will act directly and decisively through the State Trading Corporation, as the Honourable Minister Sikien mentioned, which will undertake bulk purchases of essential consumer goods to lower living costs. These products will be sold nationwide with capped profit margins that will result in significant price reductions on a large number of consumer goods. In the same vein, we have taken the commitment to come up with a new law to crack down on abusive pricing alongside a clear framework for parallel imports. I heard the complaints about parallel imports not being there. I explained during the budget, during the speech I made, that it's a complicated matter. It has to be looked at very carefully, especially, as Honorable Bechu mentioned, I think, about medicines. It is very, very important that we ensure that it is done properly. That is why it's not there. The bills also set the regulatory stage for implementing the 25 by 35 food security project. This project is about ensuring access to adequate food and nutrition at affordable prices at all times, even in times of severe crisis like a global calamity or war that we are seeing in the Middle East at the moment. By reinforcing each other, the Purchasing Power Shield and the 25 by 35 projects will bring about a significant improvement in purchasing power and will serve as important channels to curb inflationary pressures, especially for families in the low-income brackets. Increasingly, Madam Speaker, inflationary pressures are also domestically generated, not only imported. We are conscious of this issue, and we are combating this pressure with monetary and fiscal policies, as well as structural policies, such as I mentioned, the Purchasing Power Shield and the 25 by 35 projects. In the immediate term, we are making use of the Price Stabilization Fund, for which we have again allocated 2 billion rupees for this fiscal year. I know Honorable Joel said it's a drop in the ocean. We have limited resources. In fact, we are doing something because we want to do something. We can do what we can do. Since the setting up of that fund, let me say, we have been able to bring down prices on 19 strategic consumer product categories. It covers 2,400 items with significant impact on the purchasing power of consumers. A second criticism, Madam Speaker, concerns the financial services sector. Some operators have expressed the view that the strengthening of regulatory oversight could undermine the development of the sector. But let me be clear. Government is not tightening the regulatory framework for the sake of imposing more stringent regulations. We are doing so because we believe in a smart, fit-for-purpose regulatory framework, one that safeguards integrity, ensures transparency, establishes Mauritius firmly as a clean and reputable jurisdiction, compliant. We have to be compliant with the anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism requirements, AML-CFT I'm referring to. In an increasingly interconnected global financial system, credibility is and will remain the most valuable asset that we have. Let me also be clear, Madam Speaker. Honest and compliant operators have nothing to fear. On the contrary, a robust regulatory environment protects them from unfair competition and strengthens investor confidence in Mauritius as a destination of choice. It is those who seek to exploit loopholes or operate in the shadows who should be concerned. And there are some who are doing this. Our objective is not to, as if, stifle innovation or deter legitimate business. It is to ensure that Mauritius remains a jurisdiction where financial services can thrive sustainably, underpinned by trust, compliance, and international best practice. Madam Speaker, I will not come again on the points raised by the opposition members. Most of them have already been addressed and rebutted by my colleagues. But let me come to a few points, especially those raised by the Leader of the Opposition. I will start on a general comment and then speak about it, because others also mentioned. We were expecting, frankly, constructive criticism. Some have been constructive, I must say. But from the Leader of the Opposition, we all got in an exercise as if in palavering, in other words, talking idly for a long time. One of the things he mentioned, Madam Speaker, let me say it. They all complain about lockout time. Okay. But the Leader of the Opposition and the Honorable Opposition Whip says that it was unprecedented. First, second, third reading, all readings on the same day. Let me refresh his memories. In 2016, first, second, third readings done on the same day, 31st of August. Who were in government then? The MSM. We have agreed extra time because I agree with what some Honorable Béranger mentioned. There are lots of legislation. We'll give them extra time, but not give us selective amnesia as if this has never been done before. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition wants people to believe that we have not done enough for promoting economic growth. Sometimes I wonder whether they say A and they say B at the same time. In fact, Madam Speaker, all the macroeconomic fundamentals were fumbled by the previous government, all of them. Let me recall some of them. A budget deficit of 9.3% of GDP. A public sector debt close to 90% of GDP. A balance of payment in deficit, a high inflationary economy. They were printing money left, right, and center, as we know. A dwindling productivity growth and a declining growth path without the creation of a single new economic sector in the 10 years that they have been there, not one. The reality is, while we are fostering the blue economy, the green economy, and other sectors of activities, they have left behind an economy in dire situation. That is the reality of the fact. That is what we are having to deal with, Madam Speaker. Everything was in the red. Not only the macroeconomic fundamentals, but also the financial position of our parastatal bodies. I mentioned it the other day in response to a question. A pension system that was going down the drain. They captured our liberty. It was state capture. Let me add here, Madam Speaker, that this government is not only reforming the pension system, we are in fact saving it. The leader of the opposition has again referred to la caisse vide. He's not the only one who pretends that la caisse n'était pas vide. His colleague, the former Minister of Finance, also said that. La caisse n'était pas vide. Il y avait plein d'argent dans la caisse. I've tried to look. I can't find anything. I leave it to the people with common sense to figure out how a government running with a deficit of 9.3%, a debt of nearly 90% of GDP, using 12% of its revenues only to pay interest. I think one of the members mentioned it. 12% of its revenue only to pay interest on its debt, and therefore they can also claim at the same time que la caisse n'était pas vide. How can they do this calculation? It's beyond me. There's also the case of unpaid overtime in the health sector. Honorable Bechu mentioned it. Unpaid overtime amounting to 500 million rupees. And 400, on top of that, 444 million, if I'm not mistaken, for medical supplies. This is, I don't know which word to use. I don't want to use the word that maybe is not appropriate to use, but it's an illusion economics. As this, everything was fine. And this combined with outright dishonest management of the economy and the financial affairs of the public sector. Now, with regard to the GRA, the creation of an internal affairs division will in fact promote the integrity and accountability of the GRA. The newly created division will be responsible for verifying the asset declaration of all the board members and employees of the GRA, and will be investigating any allegations received against them. Such a division already exists at the level of the Mauritius Revenue Authority. Regarding the issue of the payment by the GRA of the broadcasting of races from the horse racing fund, I think the leader of the opposition has only read one part of the amendment. You didn't read it all, because it also provides that the fund will be financed through a fee which will be remitted by the horse racing organizer for the right to disseminate race images abroad and other contributions from licensees. That bit completely escape you. It is there. Let me also come to another comment made by Honorable Jval about FSC fees. Madam Speaker, they are not related to the two bills we are debating today. I don't know why he brought it up. Honorable Joanna Béranger spoke about the changes both to the income tax and the taxation under EDB property schemes. I think you referred to it just now. Madam Speaker, we have to promote growth. We have to ensure that while we are taking those measures to try to redirect the economy after the damage that they have done, we also have to make sure that we ensure growth. This is the only reason why this was done as it is. There was also, I can't remember who mentioned the tax on sugar. Well, let me remind the Honorable Leader of the Opposition what the former Minister of Finance, Padiachi, said in his budget speech of 2021-2022 on the 14th of June, 2022, sorry. Paragraph 288, I'm quoting, "The prevalence of diabetes in Mauritius is one of the highest in the world." His words. Paragraph 289, "We need to reverse this trend and effectively reduce sugar contents in products." Paragraph 290, "Therefore, I'm doubling the existing sugar tax of 3 cents per gram of sugar." At least you realize the havoc that diabetes is doing to our country, to our citizens. In fact, it is an urgent matter. Health of future generations, our young people, are at risk. Sugary drinks contribute to diabetes and the side effects of diabetes, Madam Speaker. Nobody seems to realize. They lead to higher health costs. Workers need to take more time off because they're not well. We are dealing with, I don't know the exact number of amputations that we're doing. Every day, practically, amputations. People are becoming blind because of diabetes. They're getting heart attacks because of diabetes. When we eat unhealthy foods, the long-term health and economic costs are hidden from the price you pay. You don't see the price, but the price is there. These failure healthcare costs has to be paid, and who pays it? When somebody has an amputation or somebody is ill in the ICU or whatever for a long time, or somebody is losing vision in his eyes, who pays this? It is the taxpayer. All the taxpayers have to pay. Whether they consume sugary drinks or not, they pay. That is everybody here. The whole society should not subsidize unhealthy foods, because not only for health reasons, I've just mentioned, which is vital, but because the cost of healthcare is met by the taxpayer. We're not telling people what to eat and what not to eat. We're not telling them. They still have a right to consume as much sugar as they want to consume. But they have to pay the tax. That is the only, because you can still consume any amount of sugary drinks, except you will have to pay a higher tax, because it contributes to the tax revenue for the future health care of everybody, including them. That is why it is essential that we do this, Madam Speaker. Honorable Babulal said there was no clarity about the pension. There's confusion. There's confusion because a lot of untruths are being told. I think Honorable Soubon just mentioned. He even produced a table, if I'm not mistaken. The table, I think, is available. It's being propagated, especially by the MSM. This is deliberately being done. We decided to remove the means test because everybody seems to be against it. So we listened. But I must tell you, Madam Speaker, the means test is applied in practically every country. And we are an island, a country with no natural resources. But we decided, okay, we can remove it. The means test is there for what? For people, to protect those people who are at the lower rung of the ladder. Those who can contribute should contribute. That's what we said. I think, Madam Speaker, we are the only country, I've never seen this before, where a trade unionist, I don't know whether I should mention his name or not, Trias Chatu, he actually defended the rich. He said, no, don't put the protest, let everybody be treated the same way. That is what is happening to trade union movement here. But in any case, we removed it. As for there being the option to take your pension, people were saying, we can understand, we listen. People who do hard work, like Masson and all those people, they were complaining that they won't get their pension at 60. We put that in the budget. It's not a change that we brought. It was already in the budget. And for the other point that was raised about the pension not being adjustable, we said, but we have to put it in a legal, in a framework that can be understood. When we said may, Madam Speaker, it is may because it quantifies what will be the rate based on the cost of living. We can't put a figure at this point. But we definitely decided, we have always, in fact, decided that there should be an adjustment to the cost of living. May I remind the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, it is his government, his leader, when he was Minister of Finance, did not adjust pensions, not for 1 year, not for 2 years, for 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. But he did it on the eve of the election, on the last year. That's when he did it. Nobody else did that. And also about the details of I think Honorable Shakil Mohammed mentioned it. That detail about people wanting details of people, it only applies to the asset recovery. That is all. It is not going to tell people, well, you can go and look into everybody's. It is only when there's asset recovery that is the problem. Madam Speaker, also, I need to say that for the means testing, I should have said, the additional cost is 6.2 billion rupees. We have to find that money somewhere. Now, if we don't take some measures, readjust, to ensure that we have growth. If we don't have growth, it's not going to work. 5 committees have been set up to address this gap. There is a savings committee. We are reprioritizing the projects, capital projects. We are disposing of non-strategic assets. We are reviewing the tax system. We are reviewing the statutory bodies as well, Madam Speaker. And I should say to assure the Honorable Paul Béranger, the pension regulator will not take policy decision. They will develop a strategic vision. They will suggest, I'm sure, there will be a steering committee which will make recommendations to government on how to set up that regulatory authority. But at the end of the day, it is government which will decide, not the regulator that will decide. Maybe the wording, I don't know, maybe it should have been chair, I don't know. But this is what we have to say. And also, Madam Speaker, I need to say this to Honorable Babulal especially, and to all the opposition. When we have this problem that we have, that is, with the war, especially in the Middle East, which affects us, it's in economic terms, it's called an adverse supply shock. There was a question, I think, that Honorable Babulal asked last time. Rightly, he asked whether we're not facing a stagflation. When you get a supply shock like we are witnessing now, inflation goes up, which is going up. Unemployment goes up, it is not going up at the moment. But you are facing the increase in petroleum products, increase in price of gas, increase in price of transportation, increase in the price of raw materials. But in the long run, you know, they used to call it the Phillips curve, that is, there is a relation between inflation and employment. This has been proved to be wrong in the 70s when there was I can't remember, Yom Kippur War. That, and also when OPEC decided to restrict oil supply, they had this problem. But then the trade-off between inflation and employment turned out to be temporary, because when you get this external shock, what is important is that you try to not only accommodate the supply of shock, which we are doing, trying to get other sources for our oil, but also you must try to boost the economy. And this is what we are doing. This is why we have to adjust. When there was no war before, we have to adjust to it. We have to make sure that the economy is actually growing. And not, then we get into the problem that you mentioned last time. So let me be clear, Madam Speaker. These bills are about putting in place a modern, fair and future-ready fiscal and regulatory framework which will support growth but also protect the vulnerable. The amendment before the House will help to consolidate our public finances while safeguarding critical social spending. It will enhance transparency and compliance in our tax and financial systems, and will support investment, innovation, job creation across all sectors, while also reinforcing our reputation as a clean, well-regulated international financial center. What these two bills offer, Madam Speaker, are not merely a technical update to the law. They mark a change of approach to governance and fiscal stewardship. We are moving from a system that too often has served the interest of a few to one that reaches out to the entire population, to the workers, to the business community, and to future generations. intergenerational fairness, inclusiveness, environmental sustainability, transparency, respect for human rights, and the rule of law are no longer slogans. I think Honorable Reza Uti mentioned it. I took away that discussion of the Prime Minister because we want to show that we believe in democracy, that the Prime Minister should not have this power just to throw somebody else because he doesn't like his face. The Hoffman case, which my friend Attorney General knows very well. This is why I removed the power from the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, because we want to show that we have respect for human rights, and the rule of law is not a slogan for us. They are now embedded in the way we plan, we spend, we tax and account for public resources. Government, Madam Speaker, stands firmly behind the decisions we have made. We will continue to engage with stakeholders as we implement our policies and measures when necessary and on the basis of evidence alone. We will fine-tune our policies to make sure that they deliver the outcomes which are in the best interests of the nation. That is why, Madam Speaker, these two bills ensure that the commitments made to the Mauritian people are not just commitments on paper, but they're converted into enforceable measures with clear legal effect. With these words, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. You're seconding? Yes. Just give me a few seconds, please. The question is that the Finance Bill and the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, the first one is number 12 of 2026, the second one number 13 of 2026, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Yes?
Madam Speaker, I move for a division.
Okay. Yes, let's bring division the bill. Okay, on prend 10 minutes. Okay, I will raise for 10 minutes. I was expecting division at committee stage. Let me check. I need 10 minutes myself. Okay, I had asked actually for me to raise for a few minutes. I'm alone today. My good friend is not in Mauritius. Okay, I'll take 10 minutes and the clerk will help me sort this out. you may be seated. Honourable members, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I have consulted and taken time to look at Standing Order 51-1, and I don't think that I don't think we can call for division of votes as you asked.
May I, Madam Speaker?
Yes, you may look at Standing Order 51. It's quite clear.
I know. I had a look at Standing Order 51. May we know why then, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, when I intervened on the two bills, let me make my point, Madam
Yes.
Speaker. When I intervened on the two bills, I said today is a historic day. And I gave the reason. Because what is happening today is the beginning of the dismantling of the
Don't make
welfare
it-
state.
don't
May
make
I?
Don't make a speech.
Madam Speaker, people who have voted us in this parliament, they would wish to know who are those who are voting for and who are those who are voting against the dismantling of the welfare state, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, that's a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I do understand that you have given a ruling, and Standing Order 79 is very clear. You are not bound to give any reason in support of any of your rulings. The ruling is there. It has got to be abided by everyone in
And
this
also
House.
it's very clear if you look at Standing Order 51. So we can proceed. We still have a lot of time before us. I'm not challenging your wish to ask for a division, but I have looked at it. Yes, Mr. Bichuk.
These have been accepted in the past, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk. Yes, stand up.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
But I don't want
unless-
5 points of orders, huh?
Yes, unless I'm wrong, the word liar has been uttered many times, several times
I don't-
in this
look.
House and
Yeah.
has not been withdrawn. I fear that this word, my figure, might be listed in the Hansard.
Okay.
Therefore, I would request your ruling on this issue. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I have heard the word liar, but it was in a context. Honourable Minister came to see me. I could not see him. Unfortunately, I was busy with those I was consulting. What I propose to do is the issue which happened before the Prime Minister spoke is an issue, and I've decided that we will deal with that on Tuesday. By that time, Honourable Minister, please, but I'm giving a ruling. Yes, by that time, I have asked for you to let me have the document that you were citing, and I have also informed the honourable member that I will consider, after looking at all this, whether I will allow a point of explanation, but I will also consider your request for removing that point. Let's keep today for the budget and the financial bills. Please, please.
Speaker, I have listened to you very carefully, and where I am not in any way contesting your ruling, because I don't think it was one. What I'm saying right now is that I understand the process that you have chosen with regards to the minutes, and I am saying that I will submit the documents I have as from Monday, as you requested me to do so. It refers to two meetings that took place on the 10th and 12th of June 2025, chaired by the acting Prime Minister then.
Yes, don't repeat.
Fair enough. I'm not repeating. I'm just giving you details. However, what I do not agree with is that you cannot say that I was called liar in a context. It is unparliamentary, and that is full stop. So I insist at this stage that it's be withdrawn. Now, it is unparliamentary, and there's no context issue. No standing order says a context allows it.
Non, ok. Voilà où on en est là. On ne va jamais finir sur ce plan-là. Vous avez contesté mon ruling, là, en fait. Oui, vous avez contesté, et tout à l'heure, l'honorable membre a beaucoup insisté pour faire son point of explanation. J'ai dit non. J'espère que vous... Mais peu importe. Peu importe, il y a eu... Non. Je pense qu'il faut attendre mardi pour régler ce type de problème. Bon, mais je m'en vais alors. Dans ce cas-là, je m'en vais. Non, mais dans ce cas-là, je m'en vais. J'ai pas dit ça.
I'm ready to withdraw that, but you're not ready to withdraw yours, are you?
Yes, thank you. You may be seated.
Speaker, may I take a point of order?
No, because I want to announce something first. And then you can take your point of order. Okay, honourable members, I regret that we have come to this time and to this problem. I think to get some peace in the House, which is not a luxury, by the way, nowadays. Peace is a very important point, including in this House. This is a temple of democracy. So I will ask both members, in order to get peace, to please withdraw, each one of you, one the word girouette and the other one the word liar. If you will, please.
Since I said it first, I stand up and I withdraw what I said against the honourable member.
Okay. Yes? Thank you very much. Now, let's get back to business. Point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, during your absence, I've perused the section 51.1
Yes?
and section 51.2, and I strongly believe,
Oh!
Madam Speaker, that we have not followed the procedures as per those clauses in the standing orders, et qu'il y a eu vice de procédure.
No. Okay, I know. But I don't want to read the standing orders. If need be, I can read it. Okay? Okay, it's long. Okay, I'll give you my best English. Save as otherwise provided in these orders, all questions proposed for decision in the Assembly shall be determined by a majority of the votes of the members present and voting by the following method. The question shall be put by the Speaker. Je coupe à chaque fois qu'ils disent all the chairperson, hein? Etc. And the vote shall be taken by voices, ayes and noes. And the result shall be declared by the Speaker if the opinion of the Speaker or the chairperson, blah, blah, on the question is challenged by any member, the division bell rings. There was no challenge whatsoever. There was just a question which asked me for the division of votes. They didn't challenge my ruling. I've already stated the ayes have it. So we are going to proceed, but you will still get chances to deal with this. I've consulted and I read it over and over again. Let's proceed. You will get your chance. Let's proceed.
Committee stage.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I have to take all this with me. Emmène, s'il te plaît. Thank you. Please be seated. Allez, c'est toi là. Hein? You have to follow. So if anything happens, I'm not going to go too quickly, but I'm not going to slow down because look at the time. Okay?
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, Customs Act amended. Clause 3, Customs Tariff Act amended. Clause 4, Excise Act amended. Clause 5, Finance and Audit Act amended. Clause 6, Gambling Regulatory Authority Act amended. Clause 7, Income Tax Act amended. Clause 8, Inscriptions of Privileges in Mortgages Act amended. Clause 9, Land, Duties and Taxes Act amended. Clause 10, Mauritius Revenue Authority Act amended. Clause 11, National Assembly Retiring Allowances Act amended.
Okay, now follow me. The question is that clauses 1 to 11 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12, National Pensions Act amended.
Move that clause 12 be amended as per the amendment circulated.
Yes. The members have received the amendment, right? Okay. The question is that clause 12 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No, Madam Speaker, and I raise a challenge, Madam Speaker,
Okay.
with regard to this clause 12, and I move for a division of vote.
Okay. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you tell me on what you're not agreeable.
Where's the challenge? What is the challenge?
Yeah, tell me what the challenge is, and then the Prime Minister will have to reply. We are on clause 12, huh?
That's what I said earlier, Madam Speaker, that it is the beginning of the dismantling of the welfare state with regard
No,
to
this is
amendments
general
that
debate.
we are. Yeah, but then what?
One moment. You say clearly, for the record also, exactly what you're challenging. Say it clearly.
Speaker, because it refers to the dismantling of the welfare state of this country. And I want the population to know who among us are for and who are against, Madam Speaker, by
Prime
giving
Minister,
us
do you
the
want to
right to
reply?
vote.
Yeah. Do you want to reply?
Dismantling the welfare state. Absolutely untrue.
So, you're asking for a division of votes on that?
You said the ayes of it.
Yes, I haven't said yes. I haven't said yet. I said those in favour say aye, those against say no. Then you raised, which is good. Okay, so we will ask for you to ring the bell. Yes? Combien de temps il doit faire? 2 minutes. Donc, Jao, 2 minutes. Comment ça peut compter? Comment ça peut compter? Je suis pas de debout. Vous capable, vous capable? C'est les mettre debout. Un par un. Non, il ne voudra pas. C'était un par un. C'était un par un. On a la liste, on a la liste. Et là, je vais faire ayes, no, abstain. It's 2 minutes, don't worry. Don't worry, we need 2 minutes. C'est bon là? C'est 2 minutes? Okay, now, members, when your names are going to be called, remember, maybe you remember, you will say aye or no or abstention. Okay? Each one will be called. We've done this already. Yes. Qu'est-ce qui se passe encore?
Non, on va entertain ça. Continuez.
Okay, we just call.
Dr. The Honorable Tanu absent. Honorable Mr. Siban. Ayes, noes, abstention. Absent. Honorable Mrs. Sarabadi. Ayes, noes, abstention.
Oh! I will not have this. I will not have this. No comments, please. Yeah, you did. On continue.
Dr. The Honorable Somtali.
Aye.
Honorable Rukni.
Aye.
Honorable Ram Kalawan.
Aye.
Honorable Ramdas. Honorable Kiran.
No.
Dr. The Honorable Prayag. Honorable Lakiram. Honorable Lobin absent. Honorable Jagannath.
Aye.
Honorable Jamal.
Aye.
Honorable Miss Henriette Manon.
Aye.
Honorable François.
Aye.
Honorable Edouaria. Honorable Edouard. Dr. The Honorable Doriaou. Honorable Colette. Honorable Cazer. Honorable Paul Raymond Béranger.
No.
Honorable Miss Johanna Marie Béranger.
No.
Honorable Bijan. Honorable Bichuk. Honorable Babulal. Honorable Babaji.
Aye.
Dr. The Honorable Omia.
Aye.
Honorable Apollon.
Aye.
Honorable Duval, absent. Honorable Venkatasamy. Honorable Juman. Honorable Balmuti, absent. Honorable Le Govind. Aye. Honorable Parapen. Honorable Norsingen.
Aye.
Honorable Baburam.
Aye.
Honorable Aliman.
Yes.
Aye. You have to say aye.
Aye.
Honorable Pierre.
No.
Honorable Foukyun Bachar.
Aye.
Honorable David.
Aye.
Honorable Damri.
Aye.
Honorable Miss Anquetil. Aye. Honorable Lejonga.
No.
Honorable Gondia.
Aye.
Honorable Wuchit.
Aye.
Honorable Pentia.
Aye.
Dr. The Honorable Ramtoel.
Aye.
Dr. The Honorable Ganga Prasad.
Aye.
Honorable Amia Mia.
Aye.
Dr. The Honorable Sukon.
Aye.
Honorable Young Sikuen.
Aye.
Honorable Osman Kassam Mahomed.
Aye.
Honorable Utim.
Aye.
Honorable Nagalingam.
Aye.
Honorable Ramphal.
Aye.
Honorable Asia Baden.
Aye.
Dr. The Honorable Jitan.
Aye.
Honorable Soubron.
I've already said hi.
Honorable Charles Duval.
Yes. Hi.
Honorable Bachu.
Aye.
Honorable Ganes.
Aye.
Dr. The Honorable Boulel.
Aye.
Honorable Bagwan. Honorable Shakil Mohammed.
Aye.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Aye.
Dr. The Honorable Prime Minister.
Aye.
Okay, the results are ayes 55, noes 6, absent 5. So the ayes have it. Clause 12 and infinite. Presented as amended. Okay, the question is therefore that clause 12 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 12, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 13, Pensions Act amended. Clause 14, Residence Emoluments and Pension Act amended. Clause 15, Public Debt Management Act amended. Clause 16, Registration Duty Act amended. Clause 17, Revenue Tribunal Act 2025 amended. Clause 18, Social Contribution and Social Benefits Act 2021 amended. Clause 19, Social Integration Empowerment Act amended. Clause 20, State Lands Act amended. Clause 21, Statistics Act amended. Clause 22, Statutory Bodies Account and Audit Act amended. Clause 23, Statutory Bodies Pension Funds Act amended. Clause 24, Transcription and Mortgage Act amended. Clause 25, Value Added Tax amended. Clause 26, National Pensions Non-Contributory Benefits Regulation 1977 amended. Clause 27, Validation of Resolution. Clause 28, Commencement.
Yes, the question is that clauses 13 to 28 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. First schedule.
First schedule.
Yes, the question is that the first schedule stands part of the bill. I hear some noise. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
The question is that second schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
The question is that the third schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Yes, the question is that the fourth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Fifth schedule.
Question is that the fifth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it.
Sixth schedule.
Question is that the sixth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Seventh schedule.
Question is that the seventh schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Eighth schedule.
The question is that the eighth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Ninth schedule.
The question is that the ninth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Tenth schedule.
Question is that the 10th schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
Question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Finance Bill number 12 of 2026 has passed the committee stage with amendment. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 13 of 2026. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, Bank of Mauritius Act amended. Clause 3, Banking Act amended. Clause 4, Business Resolution Act amended. Clause 5, Captive Insurance Act amended. Clause 6, Civil Service Family Protection Scheme Act amended. Clause 7, Civil Status Act amended. Clause 8, Clinical Trials Act amended. Clause 9, Code Civil Mauritian amended. Clause 10, Companies Act amended. Clause 11, Competition Act amended. Clause 12, Cooperatives Act amended. Clause 13, Courts Act amended. Clause 14, Early Childhood Care and Education Authority Act amended. Clause 15, Economic Development Board Act amended.
The question is that clauses 1 to 15 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 16, Energy Efficiency Act amended. Clause 17, Environment Act 2024 amended. Clause 18, Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act amended. Clause 19, Financial Reporting Act amended. Clause 20, Financial Services Act amended. Clause 21, Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute Act amended. Clause 22, Foundations Act amended. Clause 23, Freeport Act amended. Clause 24, Higher Education Act amended. Clause 25, Immigration Act amended. Clause 26, Industrial Property Act 2019 amended. Clause 27, International Financial Organizations Act amended. Clause 28, Irrigation Authority Act amended. Clause 29, Jewelry Act amended.
The question is that clauses 16 to 29 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 30, Land Drainage Authority Act amended. Clause 31, Law Officers Act amended. Clause 32, Limited Liability Partnerships Act amended. Clause 33, Limited Partnerships Act amended. Clause 34, Mauritius Agricultural Marketing Act amended. Clause 35, Mauritius Citizenship Act amended. Clause 36, Mauritius Institute of Training and Development Act amended. Clause 37, Mauritius Qualifications Authority Act amended. Clause 38, Morcellement Act amended. Clause 39, National Environment Cleaning Authority Act 2022 repealed. Clause 40, National Land Transport Authority Act 2019 amended. Clause 41, Non-Citizens Employment Restriction Act amended. Clause 42, Post Act amended. Clause 43, Private Health Insurance Act amended. Clause 44, Private Pension Schemes Act amended. Clause 45, Public Health Act amended. Clause 46, Public Holidays Act amended. Clause 47, Public Procurement Act amended. Clause 48, Road Traffic Act amended. Clause 49, Small Farmers Welfare Fund Act amended.
The question is that clauses 30 to 49 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 50, Sugar Insurance Efficiency Act amended. Clause 51, Tourism Authority Act amended. Clause 52, Trust Fund for Specialized Medical Care Act amended. Clause 53, United Nations Financial Prohibitions, Arms Embargo and Travel Ban Sanctions Act amended. Clause 54, Variable Capital Companies Act 2022 amended. Clause 55, Veterinary Council Act 2020 amended. Clause 56, Virtual Asset and Initial Token Offering Services Act 2021 amended. Clause 57, Waqf Act amended. Clause 58, Waste Management and Resource Recovery Act 2023 amended. Clause 59, Workers' Rights Act 2019 amended. Clause 60, Savings and Transitional Provisions.
The question is that clauses 50 to 60 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 61, commencement.
There's an amendment, yes?
President, I move that clause 61 be amended as per the amendment circulated.
Yes. Okay. The question is that clause 61 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 61 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Yes, the question is that the first schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
The question is that the second schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
The question is that the third schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
The question is that the fourth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Fifth schedule.
The question is that the fifth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Sixth schedule.
The question is that the sixth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Seventh schedule.
The question is that the seventh schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Eighth schedule.
The question is that the eighth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Ninth schedule.
Question is that the ninth schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
Question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 13 of 2026 has passed the committee stage with amendment. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I have to report, please resume your seats. I have to report to the House that the Finance Bill number 12 of 2026 and the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 13 of 2026 have passed the committee stage with amendment.
Third reading.
Yes, sir. I beg to move that the two bills be read a third time. You have to mention the names. I have to, the finance bill. Number 12 of 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Yes, it is seconded.
Need to second it first.
Yes.
And but
Fait les deux. OK. Il y a plus, il n'y a pas ça dedans là. Non, c'est ça qu'il me faut. The question is that the Finance Bill number 12 of 2026 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 13 of 2026 be read a third time and passed.
And it is seconded, yes? Then the question is that the Economic and Financial Measures Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 13 of 2026 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Adjournment, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 4th of August 2026 at 11:30 a.m.
Yes, it is seconded. Yes. The House stands adjourned. Yes. Yes.
Je vous remercie. Ma requête s'adresse au ministre du Travail.
Parlez
Et
fort.
Ma requête s'adresse au ministre du Travail et concerne la situation de plusieurs centaines de travailleurs saisonniers de l'industrie sucrière. Depuis la création du Workfare Programme, ces travailleurs bénéficient, pendant la période hors campagne, du Transitional Unemployment Benefit. Ils travaillent chaque année pendant la campagne sucrière de juin à décembre environ, puis reprennent leur emploi auprès du même employeur lors de la campagne suivante. Cette aide est devenue, depuis près de 20 ans, une nécessité et une réalité annuelle pour eux. Mais depuis décembre 2025, ils n'ont reçu aucun paiement et surtout aucune explication claire ne leur a été donnée. Beaucoup sont âgés, peu qualifiés et dépendent de ce revenu pour vivre durant l'intersaison. En tenant compte du fait que tous les travailleurs contribuent dans le Workfare Programme à travers le 1% dans le NSF, je demanderai au ministre de clarifier la situation et les raisons de l'interruption de ces paiements depuis décembre 2025. S'ils ne sont plus éligibles au Transition Unemployment Benefit, il faudrait expliquer pourquoi la politique a changé, mais surtout quelles mesures le gouvernement va prendre pour soutenir ces travailleurs et leurs familles. Je vous remercie.
Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, we have received legal advice from the Attorney General's office that these workers are on a fixed-term contract and therefore not eligible for the transition unemployment benefit.
Okay. Yes, next question.
Address to the Minister of Health. Can the Honourable Minister enlighten the House as to why doctors in the public sector are not being granted leave without pay to pursue their specialization abroad? Now they have to resign and go to study.
Did you understand the question? Yes? Yes.
I'm not answering a question, but rather I'm making a statement. It is a fact because we already have 140 doctors approximately have taken leave. And if we are going to allow other doctors also this year to go, then all hospitals will be having lack of doctors. It will be very difficult for us to perform. That is the reason why we have taken a temporary measure not to allow doctors to go on leave.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Bichuk.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My request is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities. Following pipe laying and pipe repair works in constituency number 9, the CWA contractor hasn't reinstated. And with the recent rains, the crusher and gravels have been washed away and creating dangerous pits along classified roads and even district council roads and generating accidents. Therefore, humbly request the Honourable Minister to please urge the contractor to complete the works. Thank you.
J'ai voir avec la CWA, mais la pluie ne tombe plus, hein, je ne sais plus comment la pluie est tombée chez vous. Mais il n'y a plus, il pleut plus.
Il faudrait chanter. Good. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your evening. What's left?